You are live.
I know. I wasn't meant to be though,
Okay.
because I'm still eating. I know. I'm
All right, there we go. Well, welcome to Young
I'm
Brando's channel, the Late Show Young Brando.
I'm supposed to be doing this thing for 2 years. I still press buttons. I still have the video, open in the back where, I echo with myself. So I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's time to hang it up.
Not yet, not yet.
Yeah, I guess I'm not gonna show that I'm eating and what I'm eating, but people have to listen to me smack for a little bit now that you're here, Ali. Welcome to the Late Show with Young Brando and my beautiful friend here, Ali Reza. We are still somehow in the green room, so to speak, in the backstage, chatting it up. So let's pretend that no one is listening, and for the most part, I guess we're not really pretending because I don't have the biggest audience. But how are you doing, Ali? How you been?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm getting better by the day. It's getting closest to Watches and Wonders, which will give us different topics to talk about. I'm enjoying getting into springtime. So things have been good. How about yourself?
Good. You're right about Watches and Wonders. It's a lot of what goes on in Watch Talk is, of course, very much bound to industry news, new releases, and Watches and Wonders, of course, brings them to us in spades. And that, funny enough, of course, what gets talked about perhaps as much and sometimes even more is what gets discontinued, especially by Rolex and Patek, right?
Yeah.
That's bigger news sometimes than what gets released.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do hate that the cycle is very, brand centric, but it is a good time of year.
It's true, you can't really complain. And honestly, I think, I don't know if you remember those days, but there used to be something they called pre-SIHH, which was Watches and Wonders in its previous incarnation, where it was more of a Richemont centric show. And with a few months to go, maybe even almost a half a year to go, they would kind of start previewing some of the models they were about to release with, pardon me, with the journalistic outlets.
Yep.
There was something like that, but I like this spontaneity. Even if I haven't been on the ground yet with the channel I'm running, I would very much like to do that. But even without being present there's a lot to digest. There's a lot of material to go around.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's I definitely I'm not a huge fan of the Rolex centric coverage myself, but it brings a ton of material.
And a ton of viewers. So who
Yeah,
can complain about that?
exactly, exactly.
Well, now that you said you basically betrayed or admitted what you are not looking forward to, what is it that you actually do look forward to in Watches and Wonders?
Last year, I felt that Cartier, Vacheron, and Tag did a very good job. I think that Tag probably released too many things, so they didn't get highlighted for some of the good releases. Um, Cartier, I think, was highly just overlooked for some pretty nice releases, and Vacheron kept it very small and tight. Right, it was very limited but high impact releases. Uh, so I look forward to seeing those three brands keep that up if they can. Um, there are new brands that are participating. Glochute I think is one of them. Nomos is one of them. No, Nomos is one of them. Not Glashute. Vermont is one of them. And the new Vermont CEO promised that Watches and Wonders they were going to release the new land/expedition series,
Wow.
and since I think Vermont has been screwing up everything for the past 2 years, um, I really look forward to seeing how he, starts the correction. Uh, the other thing is that Rolex never fails to disappoint. Um, so if they happen to say release some sensible things, then I will be more than happy to discuss them. If they, especially if they come out with a reasonable, slightly more complicated 1908, I will be more than happy to discuss them. Uh, but I think it's mostly I want to see what Cartier Tag and Vacheron do again this year because I thought they were highly overlooked last year.
You know, I have to say, maybe we'll circle back to Bremont because I'm excited about Davide Cerrato's appointment as their CEO because what he has accomplished at Tudor, we might take for granted now. And Tudor has become, at least in our circles, right, among watch nerds, so to speak, a victim of their own success. So a lot of what they have accomplished in the last decade quickly gets overlooked because of how humdrum their releases may have become in the last couple of years. But for them to have kind of cherry picked them from Tudor in and of itself, I think is a great achievement, and it might actually put some substance behind that capital injection that they have experienced. That was last year, right?
Last year, yeah, definitely, exactly. I really hope that's the case. But even Tudor last year, with the 54, they still gave people what they wanted. Like it was a smart release for them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, absolutely. It's I hope he does well. I mean, he's said all the right things in his press tour, right? They were going to reduce the number of collaborations. They wanted an iconic watch. They were going to introduce the new Land series to kind of fill out their adventuring because all their adventuring series watches, they do tons of adventuring series collaborations, but they're all dive watches. And for mountain climbers, like they have dive watch collaborations for mountain climbers, makes no sense, right? So I hope he finally, he's good to his word. Starting to Watches and Wonders, it would be nice to see.
So we are actually live. Finally, I cleaned up my plates. I feel like I can show my face. That was very disrespectful of me, so I do apologize. But Ali helped me through it. I do agree with you, by the way, Ali. I don't want that point to, go unnoticed or just, disregarded without us talking about it. Personally, I thought Cartier owned the show last time. Like you said, maybe the fact that they have been overlooked, maybe ever so slightly, may have been because a lot of their releases were niche in the sense they were limited. But then again, they have managed to leverage that privé collection and everything limited they release in a way to really draw attention to their regular line. And that shows at any rate in their sales numbers. They have made that runners-up spot their own. And in any other competition, we like to think of the runners-up as the first loser, perhaps, but it's Rolex's world, and we are just living in it. So for Cartier to be the second biggest watchmaker today is an immense achievement. That Santos Dumont micro rotor released, I obsessed about it. The limited Tank Normal, the platinum on platinum. It was incredible for me. Oh, by the way, JB, thank you so much, my man. Did you see what I'm wearing? I'm wearing the shirt you got me. 1999. This is AP, and to much consternation from Ali, also Cactus Jack. And you know, I'm so sorry to admit, and I like to think of this mostly a success of JB's choice, because he knows me. He's a great friend. He's an actual friend, and he chose the one shirt I think they had there that would appeal to perhaps someone like me who is more into vintage and neo-vintage AP and less of an hype beast, even though, of course, having that Cactus Jack emblem, I'm sure it will make me really popular in all kinds of undesirable circles here in Los Angeles as well.
Well, I mean, the good thing is I didn't realize when you showed it to me it was Cactus Jack. So it is the most mellow of those releases I've seen. So I think it works, and the image on the back is also very mellow and it's historic. It's nicely done. So good choice on JB's part. Very good choice.
I'm not going to do the sexy pose that I gave you, Ali, behind the scenes to show the back. And I'm not taking my shirt off either. So people have to maybe super chat really generously, and I might just expose some of my silverback gorilla look and give you, like a Messi pose, when he scores against Real Madrid, which I hated absolutely, by the way, being a huge Cristiano Ronaldo fan. But yes, I think Cartier did amazing in terms of the releases. And, for people like us, maybe because of their exclusiveness, because of their niche nature, maybe it didn't hit as hard, but it actually does reach the mainstream, buyers, and that really shows in the numbers. And I think we'll talk about that tomorrow in our state of the watch market. That is coming up tomorrow at noon my time and 7 p.m. London, if I'm not mistaken, because they still haven't given over.
Yeah, they're like a week or two away from their daylight. So, and you have El Professor as your co-host tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
So I'd be interested. I don't know if you can cover this tomorrow, but one of the things is obviously the sales numbers have come out, and something bothers me about it is that Francois, on his way out the door of AP, he said what the growth in 2023 was in a percentage. It's not at all reflected in the sales numbers. So either he exaggerated dramatically, or the sales numbers that get published are wildly wrong. Because he said it was almost 33%. If it was, they should have overtaken Omega.
Right.
So I'm interested in that, for one. Because
we will look into that. I will earmark that for sure. Since I don't remember the exact numbers, do you remember if that 33% was in terms of sheer revenue? Did he imply that it was in the number of units sold as well, or was that
I believe he said it was in revenue. That's the thing. That's what was shocking about it to me.
Yeah. Because 33% in terms of units would have been a blatant misrepresentation in the
because they didn't produce that many units.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But revenue, I don't know. The numbers might bear it out. I'll try to. Pardon me. I'll share the document with you. if you don't already have it, do you have the 7th annual watcher, the Morgan
Yes, yeah, I
Stanley
do.
report? That okay, then no need. But the numbers don't necessarily bear out that statement, and it's I didn't remember the statement. He literally said 33% increase last year, just last
So
year.
it was either 30 or 33%. It was a shocking number.
Oh my God.
I was like, that's amazing. Like I have no idea how you did that. That's amazing.
That sounds exaggerated.
Um,
Very much so. You froze, I think, Ali. The voice was coming out robotic too just a second ago. Sorry, Ali, I can't hear you. Maybe if you can, kind of, reboot, or at least, come back in. I wonder if it's my connection as well, and not just yours, or even not mainly yours. Okay, so it's a mix of that, because I'm seeing that my signal got pretty low as well, and I had done the reboot thing as well, Ali, after our conversation. So that's too bad. All right, you are back strong now. Okay.
So yeah, so it's a good time of year. I'm interested to see. I won't catch it live tomorrow, but I will definitely catch your show later tomorrow. I'm interested to see, what you guys think, and I'm also on a personal level. AP's not done dropping releases, right? They'll do 2 or 3 tranches all the way up to Watches and Wonders. There's that ceramic, perpetual white ceramic with a purple dial coming out.
That's right.
So there's some interesting releases left from AP, which are extremely interesting to me, because Ilaria, it's her her first go. So let's see what she does.
I you do realize, I mean, you would know this. I was just awakened to it because I had ordered, once every so often, as much as I track watches and and shop for watches online and have all sorts of keywords and beepers going off every minute, I also hunt for like unique objects, catalogs, auction catalogs, interesting brand publications that they may have done. And obviously, like, just doop kind of like dumbly browsing things and ordering, I got in my 125th anniversary catalog from AP, from all the way back, and suddenly realized that was 2000, and in a year we are actually at the 150th anniversary of AP, which is which is quite big, right? It's not, and it's going to be basically the first year where she can, obviously by fast tracking, we have to admit that, since product releases are usually at least on a 3-year cycle, right? She has just come in. But 2025, I think releases will be even more heavily imprinted by her signature, by her touch. And I read an interview with her recently in The Business of Fashion, and she was in fact admitting that she's trying to fast track something for next year specifically that will be kind of her "I'm here" state.
Yeah, I'm very glad that, because we're seeing these releases are the last hurrah of Francois. So I'm very glad that the John Mayer release, even though I don't like that they do so many collaborations, was a clean collaboration. It's not a branded collaboration, because that's really what upset me about Cactus Jack. I like that white ceramic look. I like that they had good size variation, right? They released, a a wide range of sizes, even though they're still very Royal Oak centric and code. So they didn't screw up this last batch of releases. At the very least, there were a lot of good releases. So it will buy her time to decide what she wants to do, right? Whether it's bring back things from the catalog or completely new, it buys her time, and I'm happy for that.
I mean, the interesting thing, by the way, we didn't talk about those AP releases together, and since you brought it up, I am going to reel you in a little bit into that discussion, if you would still be up for it, because the John Mayer collab was kind of interesting. I was also not totally on board with it, but since it is a historically significant release, if only because it is saying goodbye to that JLC ultra thin movement base, I guess we will have to say something about it. We will have to discuss it in some fashion. Let me see. My keyboard started acting up again. What did you think, first of all? And obviously, it is again exclusive, 200 pieces, etc. But the look itself is thankfully nothing outrageous, nothing that is pushing the envelope too hard. What
I think it
was
is.
what was your first thought?
I'm glad that they continue. Ever, their last big mistake on dials was, well, that's not true. They've made three in the past few years that really bother me. One is the big one was the first release of the code, right? Generation one code releases with the flat dials were just a mistake. I think the code would be universally regarded as a much better watch if the first series of them weren't so ridiculously generic. The second big mistake was that Alex DJ collaboration, the gold dial with no, like, the sub indices have no delineation whatsoever. And the third one, from my perspective, was Cactus Jack, right? But they've been doing a good job with the sunburst styles. They've been doing variations of the tapisserie. They've they've increasingly moved away from the tapisserie comfortably. I think this evokes adventurine plus ice and metallurgy. The dial texture plus the color, I think, is very good. And again, it's unbranded, so it's going to be timeless from that standpoint. It's not going to be tied to John Mayer forever. Now, personally, this watch doesn't do a lot for me, but it is a nice conservative perpetual release, and because it's limited, and I don't know if it's 200 for a perpetual calendar isn't terribly limited, but for AP that's limited. It also allows them to cut their teeth to make sure this movement is reliable and they can refine it without it being a mass market type of issue where you have 1,100 units failing, like their chronos. So I think it was a smart release.
I think I'm kind of two minds. Like you said, there is something about it that does exude a timeless quality, and that's, of course, the choice of white metal plays a part in that. The fact that they have foregone any sort of co-signature or extra branding on the dial does a lot for that. And the fact that even though it is done by a different method, even though it's achieved through different means, the dial itself very much recalls the Tuscan dials of old, even though I think the texture is very different. Of course, the method they used is different, so I guess that's expected. And I feel this is a little more flashier and less organic than the original Tuscan dials. And whatever it is these days, the CNC cooked up things that they have been churning out, because it just doesn't look the same. The Tuscan dial they introduced in the new Jumbo, to me, just doesn't look like what they used to do. That being said, I thought it was really interesting that they chose this edition rather than anything else to send off the JLC base, because obviously they replaced it in the Jumbo already. Caliber 2021 became 7121, and it was only a matter of time that they would stop using that similar movement base for the perpetual calendars. Of course, that's exactly what Vacheron does, right? All the ultra thin overseas perpetual calendars they have in the lineup today are built on the architecture of that JLC 920 ultra thin self-winding. But you are giving me an interesting perspective, right? Maybe they are in fact experiencing certain problems with it, and that limited run is a way of addressing that. Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah. So the clever thing about it, and you do this in my field, you do this. If you have dedicated customers that have been with the brand for a while, they're the ones getting this right off the bat, right? All 200 have been allocated to people who are AP collectors, okay? Or they're allocated to people that are high profile enough that they never complain publicly about anything, right? And I would argue that people who are high profile and complain or apt to complain, like a Kevin O'Leary, wouldn't get allocated this watch even if you wanted it, right? So they're giving it to people that will provide private feedback. Because one thing that is odd from my perspective is, if you think about it, AP can produce very reliable three-handers. Like my 15720 is ridiculously rock solid, and I've never had a problem with either of my 15500s, right? But the 15720 takes a beating. They can produce ridiculously reliable three-handers. They can produce ridiculously reliable perpetuals based on somebody else's movement. But they can't produce a single chrono across any of their lines that has a good reliability track record. That's peculiar, right?
So I want to also get your pick your mind about this, because based on what you're saying, wouldn't have made more sense to them to in fact introduce the new perpetual calendar movement they're working on in the John Mayer limited edition, rather than using it to send off the movements that they have been using for basically now since 84. Since 1984, they have been using some sort of JLC derived base, the caliber 2120/2800 for the base. Wouldn't it have made more sense? Because honestly, it might not be the most shockproof movement. It might not be the movement with the most extensive power reserve. But JLC 920 is not necessarily known to be finicky. It's not especially prone to problems that send watches back to service every year, every other year. It has been quite reliable. The only reason they're moving away from it is because they have already sold the 40% stake they had in JLC almost 25 years ago now, almost quarter century.
I think that we're going to see 2 or 3 more perpetual releases in the next 2 months. That will be ultra limited, including that white ceramic. I wager that white ceramic is going to be a run of 50 or 100. And I think each of them is going to have a slight variation to the architecture. That's my gut feeling. And I think that also coincides with the fact that they're not only changing their service facility to the US, they are dramatically revamping and expanding the service facility back home.
That's right.
So I think that they are taking the engineering playground approach, which, by the way, Francois had wanted for years and the company wasn't willing to do. right? That was one of his public critiques, is that he wanted an engineering playground. I think that he recognized that they needed to get away from Richard Mille, and they needed to take advantage of the gap that was being left as JLC continues its precipitous fall. Right? I think that he thinks they can fill that gap. I don't know that he's right, but I think he feels that they can.
They can fill what gap?
Fill the gap that JLC is leaving through their continuous precipitous fall. There will come a time very soon that JLC's inability to actually sell watches turns into their inability to sell movements. A JLC movement means almost nothing to a current generation watch collector because of the fact that JLC hasn't delivered killer watches other than some variation of Reverso for 15 years.
As a fanboy of the brand, I would very much like to contest that, but it leaves me.
I love the Master. I love the Master. They keep discontinuing their killer watches. The Master Control Geographics, amazing watches. They discontinue after a year or two. Then they throw all their marketing stock into Reversos and Polaris. They have phenomenal watches, but in terms of the consumer market no longer associates JLC with not only its own standalone brand, but also the watchmaker's watchmaker. It's only people like us that remember that.
Right.
Right. So so I think that that's a problem. But Audemars Piguet, right, if they decide that they want to get into trying to replace JLC as a movement maker on the high end, especially if you consider what's going on with Parmigiani, what's going on with the precipitous retail fall of Vacheron, right? They have a market opportunity to introduce themselves as that. Now, I'm speaking as an AP fanboy, so this is what I want to see. That doesn't mean it makes any economic sense. But it's also, Francois said, these were some of the things that he wanted to do with the company they wouldn't let him do, right? Until pretty much at the end. And at that point, he was so frustrated.
Again, the thing is, the background is there, the human resources, the human capital is there, the commitment to the tradition is also there, right? Because AP, I don't know if this is still the case, but up until very recently, they were the workshop in Vallée du Joux that would take in watches from all the extinct brands from the valley.
And they still do.
Okay, if there's no one else to service a watch made in that tradition, if the brand has completely folded and gone away, Le Brassus would service your watch, right? If it is made in the Swiss valley. So all of what you're describing certainly lives up to that ideal, certainly finds its place or aligns with that ideal. And I'm, in a way, behind the scenes, you might even say they have been doing that to a certain extent. I mean, again, the average person might not know this, but APRP is Richard Mille, right? Or vice versa. Nowadays, they also use a lot of movement bases from Vaucher, of course, just as AP does for the more, simpler calibers. But, there wouldn't be a Richard Mille if it weren't for AP. So I have been saying that it has to be Hermès kind of sucking it up and buying, if they need to, the entire ecosystem and of Parmigiani Fleurier and just living up to the kind of promise they have showed in the last few years of actually being able to sell men's watches for Hermès. But yeah, maybe it has to be AP. right? Maybe AP has to buy Parmigiani Fleurier, and like you said, it might help them perhaps become the kind of powerhouse they have with or without the existence of a sister brand.
There's also another thing, I first of all, to be very clear, and I think I may have stated this. If I didn't, I want to be very clear. For Hermes, buying Parmigiani Fleurier can be a game changer, right? So if they're smart, they'll do it. But for AP, it instantly improves their catalog because a slight tweak to the aesthetic, even just throwing the AP brand on the freaking Tonda, it makes that watch significantly more attractive. And you'll be able to move those watches, right? And if AP decided to do things like we're gonna introduce a square rectangular royal oak, great, or we have the Kalpa that can be resurrected in some form. Again, an AP branding in and of itself, those watches will instantly sell because they were incredibly good watches.
Yeah. Yeah. Robert Taylor, who is a member of the channel, was saying, I'd prefer a yellow gold chronograph with a green sunburst dial. And it's not impossible, right? They have made a yellow gold chronograph, I think, in the immediately previous generation in yellow gold. And as Ali was mentioning, even though the tapestry pattern remains at the core of the Royal Oak range, in the recent years, they have very consciously introduced so many different kinds of dials and different kinds of finishes on the tapestry that make the watches look so much different, so unconventional, even as they remain in that Royal Oak mold, in that general genre of design. So that's very much possible. And I want to, again, I'm also a Rolex fanboy. I do want to still remind people that Rolex doesn't own green, right? In fact, AP has the same shade of green that they have been using for the longest time, almost as long as Rolex. And honestly, if you have seen Le Brassus even in pictures, I think that this particular shade of green makes a lot of sense for AP to use in their branding and on the dials of their watches, as much as it does make sense for
And
Rolex.
this green is a heavy component of the interior design of the museum and hotel.
Right.
So, I mean, it definitely, like, I'm not a big fan of green, but they execute it well. Unlike, say, Zenith, that really doesn't understand how to use the color at all.
Now, why would you say that?
Oh, God. That Aaron Rodgers edition, holy cow.
Oh, yeah, I mean, whatever it is that happened with Aaron Rodgers, anyways, I feel like that's they would have rather not done that collaboration to begin with.
Yeah.
It's funny how things work sometimes. But yeah, I know pink gold can itself be divisive. I think the yellow gold one that they had, I want to say it was 26331 BA. Let me see if I can fish out that watch. I don't know if it still exists in their catalog.
I don't like yellow gold myself. I like rose gold significantly better, but that new sandstone gold, ooh, that looks pretty. I can't wait to see that in person.
Oh yeah, that's actually, maybe more than the John Mayer. Those are the ones I wanted to talk with you. Yes, it's the previous generation, and you can immediately tell that visually because of the smaller subdial for the running seconds at 6. But that's that generation, Robert, actually had yellow gold in combination with a green dial. I do think it was also, I don't think it's just a picture. I think it was also a tinge lighter in shape.
Yeah, it was brighter.
So that's something to keep in mind, but it's something I'm sure that you can find on the secondary market if you're really desperate for that particular rendition. But yeah, that, the material innovation angle is always interesting to me. I'm both because of my genuine interest, but also my cynicism, because a lot of times brands use that to basically upmarket their watches. Speaking of Zenith, they are one of those brands that use, all manner of gimmicks to shoot up the prices. Tag Heuer has been guilty of this in the recent past. AP, at any rate, the exclusivity and the outsized price tags are not exclusive to just ceramic pieces. So we
Yeah.
complain perhaps less. But yeah, tell me more about what you think of the sand gold, because a lot of people in my audience, at least, were unimpressed by it. I loved it in terms of how it registers in the pictures. I kind of likened it very quickly to, without seeing this one in person, to Cartier's beige gold.
Beige. Yep. So Chanel and Cartier do the beige gold, right?
Sorry,
Heavy.
Chanel's beige gold, I meant. Sorry, not Cartier in this
No,
case.
no,
But yeah,
Cartier. Oh, no, no, no. Who makes the movement for the Chanel beige gold? It's not Cartier.
Kinesi.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So yeah, Chanel's beige gold, right? That platinum, that platinum combination, it looks remarkable in person. That's what this reminds me of. I want to see it in person, right? Um, I think this is going to be a hit, and I think we're going to see more watches in this sand or sandstone gold. I think it's going to be a hit. And if you've ever seen the Chanel beige gold in person, especially since I think that AP executes rose gold better than anybody else, right? I think that this differentiates them and allows them to move further away from yellow and white gold. I think white gold is generally looser, um, and I think titanium. Although a lot of brands are just now getting on the titanium bandwagon, I think the titanium bandwagon is already over.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The fact that Rolex can get away with titanium releases is more a reflection on Rolex than anything else.
Yeah, they have been late to the game on that. I think there's no doubt about that. Yeah, I liken it to mainly Chanel's beige gold, which they have across the line. I have seen it in Monsieur de Chanel, the jump hour piece, which I also like, even though it is too big for my wrist. At least I think so. I've likened it also to a certain extent with Lange's honey gold, although I feel that's a little different. But again, without seeing this one in person, I can't quite put a final judgment on it. Oh, sorry, Ali. I hope you can come back, because there's still a lot to talk about when it comes to this. But I like the fact that, at least in the photographs that we have here, the sand gold basically registers somewhere between a very soft, unintrusive shade of pink gold, which AP has been using very effectively over the years. Again, much as I like Rolex, I think their Ever Rose can sometimes look very coppery, and I'm not the biggest fan of it. Whereas AP, as Ali has been saying, has, I think, a very beautiful shade of pink gold. I would say the same thing about JLC, by the way. I like their
JLC
pink
does
gold
as well, and so does Cartier. Cartier's rose gold is also beautiful.
I agree.
But
I will
Rolex and
second that.
Omega, which is strange to me, that Rolex and Omega both get it wrong.
I think it's not so much wrong, even though personally I would love to say that. It's not so much wrong, but they go with the shade that's, I think, flashier. That's not subtle, and that kind of harkens, unfortunately, towards a fashion watch more than like a dignified shade of gold. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it
my
sometimes
two-tone, I had the full gold root beer briefly, but my two-tone root beer,
right.
that coppery tone made it look very much like it was plated.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I share it. I share that. I mean, again, I have all sorts of personal uh, nitpicking about a lot of contemporary Rolex models and designs. But one thing that I would consistently shy away from, even if I somehow change my mind about it at some point, would be my opinion on Ever Rose. It's just too coppery for my taste. Sometimes it seems to make sense to me, like when I see it on the Oyster Flex Yachtmaster 40, it somehow makes sense. Don't ask me why exactly. I mean, I can't come up with anything not metaphysical. That watch just speaks to me almost immediately. But beyond that, I feel I've always gotten that impression. Whereas this sand gold shtick they have going on with AP, I'm liking it more and more because it's even ups the ante on that subtlety that they have already achieved to a certain extent in their pink gold alloy. Um, Only better, right? I mean, look at this, for example. It basically looks like white gold from this particular angle. Um, I guess the palladium really shines through here from the alloy.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely, the one thing that it accomplishes, it's very much like their actual dials that play in the sun, like the slate dial. In every rendering, this looks meh. In sunlight, the slate dial can be blue, it can be and this beige gold.
Damn.
So I have to see it in person. To be certain, I have to see it in person, but I have a distinct feeling since they execute rose gold so well that it's going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, I also almost have no doubt. I do want to hear your opinion specifically on this camo thing going on. What did you think of that? I know that was a prototype and that they didn't really release it widely, and they don't really have any watches that are available to general public just yet with this. Um, what did you make of that? Do you
I,
think that
I
will go
actually
anywhere?
I actually like it. I think they also slightly adjusted the case design, so it's not nearly as asymmetrical as it was before. Like it's not falling.
It's not what? Hmm. I think we're losing the signal again, man. That's a shame. Ah, I can't really tell also if it's just Ali's connection or a combination of his connectivity issues and mine.
I don't know if I'm back.
Okay, you are?
Maybe
Yeah.
there's a nice force squall moving through. So, um, No, I like the slight refinement to the case, and the pushers in the crown are like basically, I think it's 1 mil or 1.5 mil, uh, not as deep, right? So the asymmetry of the case isn't as pronounced as
Mhm.
the prior designs. So I like that a lot better. I do like the subtle camo take. I would, and I think in this particular design, which is almost a concept style like design, it works well. So I like it. I happen to enjoy it. Um, but it is definitely, they're targeting the hip hop urban style market with it. I mean, they just are. Um, but I happen to like it. I happen to like it.
I actually, again, unabashedly, I like this a lot. I've always loved that particular take, by the way, on the chronograph tourbillon, and aesthetically too. Some might say Mickey Mouse, and it kind of looks like that. The juxtaposition of the two subdials with the tourbillon cage. I look at it. Um, I look at it, especially in this open world configuration, as something that lives up to that industrial design language of the Royal Oak, that is in the DNA from the very early beginning. The camo, they also kind of, at least in the way Hodinke presents it, apparently they are floating the idea that they can do something similar with different shades of gold, um, which, as a concept at least, if not necessarily in practice, in application, sounds very interesting to me. But this actually reminds me of a kind of urban camo vibe, and I don't necessarily mean it in the
Not a negative.
hip hop sense either, which to me is, by the way, not necessarily negative, even though
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of Cactus Jack and Travis Scott in particular. I like as it is. I like it as it is. I wasn't too hot on the different patterns they presented here in ceramic discs as much as I was in the prototype.
Yep. I agree.
But I would really love to see whether they can, quote unquote, perfect this method and achieve some more consistent results with it, and what they might do actually with, in terms of mixing together different kinds of gold, which seems to be the next frontier for them. And I would really like to see that. It sounds great as a concept. I don't know if it will
Yeah. I
work.
mean, so in the concepts line, they've already done different layers of gold in the same case, in the same pressed case. They've done that before in the concept line. There's no metallurgical reason they can't do it. It's just expensive, right? This isn't a situation where you're going to have aluminum leaching from steel or something like that, right? So as long as the alloys are properly made, there's no leaching concern. So there's not going to be cracking of a mixed metal bezel, for example. I think it's perfectly doable. I think they're the right company to do it. I think that's also one of the reasons why they've got two slightly variations to their yellow gold. They have one uniform pink gold. Now they have the sand gold. Obviously, they have platinum as an available option and steel, both of which metallurgically would be compatible with pressing, right? So I think they definitely can do it. Now the question becomes, do they do it Damascus style
Mm.
or do they do it camo style? Because Damascus style is the easy way to phone it in, right? Because you can do a Mokumi or something like that and get a camo-esque type of look. And that would be trivial. We already have brands that do that,
Yeah.
right? So that would be trivial. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it.
So
I'm just excited that we now have a line with the offshore, the Royal Oak, and the Code that is varied enough both in style, complicate, and not just both in the categories of style, complications, and size. They filled out those lines beautifully, which to me, and one of the reasons that excites me, means that now they can move on to more variation of the lines themselves. Right now, they have to
within
ladder.
the lines, you mean?
No, lineups, right? They vertically expanded those lines
Yeah.
to more or less their logical conclusion. Okay. And now they need to go ahead and they need to resurrect something to replace the millenary. They need to resurrect something to replace the Jules d'Armor. They now need to expand their lineup laterally.
Interesting, because Ali, again, what you're saying makes sense with the brand vision that you laid out earlier. If AP is going to go back to kind of taking a leadership position in the fine high horology tradition of the valley, it would make sense for them to introduce something of the cast, like Jules Audemars, Edouard Piguet, Millenary, at least one line that somehow takes the best aspects of these three lines. And I'm talking in an absolute abstraction, obviously, because there's nothing that can tie together those three case shapes visually in a handy way, because one is basically a nice traditional round case with somewhat stubby lugs and something of a rounded shape that takes advantage of AP's tradition of the interplay between high polished surfaces and grain brushed surfaces. Edouard Piguet is, of course, the rectangular, more Art Deco inflected version. And Millenary is kind of like an oval egg-shaped case. So I'm not saying necessarily in terms of the case shape in particular, but there needs to be at least one line that appeals to people who are more conservatively minded, more maybe fans of more traditional designs, something a little more reined in and restrained and traditionally elegant, rather than something that is trying too hard to be daring and different.
Yeah, I think that they do not compete well with Vacheron or Patek. I call it the Calatrava effect. Like, you have to have a Calatrava competitor if you want to be considered a contemporary of Patek or Vacheron. You just have to.
Mm.
That's my take on it. They don't have it. They don't have the ultra thin, beautiful dress watch anymore in their lineup. They need it. They have had it in the past catalog, so they've got to do something, right? Now, my personal favorite is the Millenary, but the Millenary would be a stupid choice. You don't resurrect the Millenary because the egg-shaped case is way, way too controversial, right?
Yeah.
But the Edward Piquet is a good choice. The Jules d'Armor is a good choice. They need to bring them back. Uncomplicated and complicated watches, 2 or 3 in the line. They just got to bring it back. They got to do it, and they have the opportunity now. Because if they didn't want to do it, they would have kept Francois. If they wanted to continue to go in the direction he was going, they would have kept him. And he made it very clear he was very frustrated with his handlers, so to speak. So they clearly don't want to keep going in that direction. Good, it's time.
Yeah. This was, by the way, speaking of anniversaries, the Millenary itself, of course, was a model line introduced at the turn of the millennium, which also happened to be AP's 125th anniversary. And they used the star wheel in the Millenary case shape for a limited edition. And I think it's probably one of the best uses of the case shape too. It kind of makes sense. Everything fills out so beautifully. Even the 3 stars that give the name to the complication through those transparent discs are beautifully placed on the dial. But again, I think overall, barring certain limited editions like this that have injected something new to the case shape, the millinery, I think, probably is too much of an acquired taste
Yeah.
to bring back and energize like a more traditionally minded clientele. Luis Spagnolo, what is daring, innovative, or resonating with John Mayer? I'm guessing he's placing this as an abstract question because none of these are the words that we used to describe it, but I think it's still an interesting take. It seems more of a safe play to force the top 200 customers to keep buying their most profitable pieces. I don't think there's anything daring about that. That might be, look, Luis, I mean, I get sometimes overexcited when I write Instagram posts, and if you bother to read captions, I might use the word iconic one too many times. I might actually say beautiful maybe a little less sparingly than I do in real life and even on live streams. But I don't think I even get angry at this point at this kind of language that um, the so-called journalists in the usual suspects in the traditional outlets use to describe these releases. I don't even get angry because for the most part, they don't even write it themselves.
Yeah,
They
and to
just,
maintain access, they play along to maintain access. This is the bias that's built in, right? You have to maintain access. Otherwise, people won't continue to come to your sites for the content. And to maintain the access, you have to play along. I
that's
don't think, I mean,
that's true,
daring
but to an extent.
to an extent, that's true. To an extent, there's dignified access, and then there's revenue access, right? The daring, okay, maybe ever so slightly with the texture of the dial, right? Maybe innovative, not particularly.
Quite the opposite, right?
Yeah,
Because it's in fact it's the sand of peace to the base caliber they have used since they have introduced a perpetual calendar to the Royal Oak with the 5554 in 1984. So if anything, it's traditional, pretty conservative, and resonating would be out of place because, like you said, Luis, it's a 200 piece limited edition. How far can it actually resonate? If anything, again, to me, it looks like some of those Tuscan dial Royal Oak perpetual calendars they have made in the past, but resurrected for a new age where things need to be a little more flashier and a little more, a little heftier even. Because in another era this kind of piece could have been even presented in stainless steel and not even platinum. White gold seems to be an odd choice, but not a daring choice. So I wouldn't use any of those terms myself. To me, it's actually pretty run of the mill when it comes to the Royal Oak perpetual calendar. The fonts that are used are a little more contemporary. The way of producing that crystal sky dial is not the old school hand hammering that has been used for Tuscan dials. But yeah, I don't even get angry at this point at these words. When
no,
they're used by the so-called journalists, I don't expect anything better from them. And honestly, it's I think for the most part, again, it's not even the access, but the blatant use of AI the way they have been even before AI got so, so much publicly available, the way they have been repurposing the press releases of the brands, I don't blame them. They don't think for themselves. They don't write for themselves. For that kind of content, you'll have to come here anyways. So don't be worried about what Revolution says, what Waco spouts off, or what Hodinky types up in terms of this press release marketing fluff genre.
As a random aside, white gold. I'm actually a fan of white gold. My Cuban link is white gold, stuff like that. But I don't like white gold APs because there's no such thing as a stealth wealth AP. Makes no sense.
So you would rather have it, I guess, in platinum or some more, something like pink gold.
To me, it would make more sense for it to be rose gold or platinum or steel. I think white gold makes no sense in their lineup. There's no stealth wealth aspect to it whatsoever. Right. So I just don't think it makes much sense.
I can't disagree. I'm guessing that was probably one of the things that John Mayer may have decided actually more or less single-handedly. I mean, if they are making a limited edition with them, and if he is really not, in so many ways, he's not reinventing the wheel. If they are gonna give him a free rein of some sort in any aspect of the design, that could have been the material. And I think he basically went, okay, I don't want ceramic. That's already been done. It's been played out. I'm not gonna do, something that's too innovative, too out there anyways. Should I do steel or platinum? No, that's also quite predictable. I haven't done much of anything new in terms of the dial design either. So let me do white gold, because that's not really a material that's used so often for the Royal Oak Perpetual calendar, which tends to come, usually in either stainless steel or platinum, ironically, right? There's less between those two materials. So I feel like it's been kind of a conscious choice, but not necessarily a crowd pleaser, for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, again, the 200 were sold out weeks and weeks ago.
Of course.
Right.
Before they were even released.
No? Yeah, exactly. It was allocated beforehand. I do think it's a bit of a test bed, and I think the next two perpetual releases are going to be test beds. Before we see, probably, as you said, a 2025 series of more readily accessible options. And by readily accessible, I still mean completely unattainable by us. But,
But at least actually released before they are sold out, right?
Yes.
Maybe something like that.
I'm really looking forward to the next few weeks here. That AP house under construction in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
There's, health pending. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there for as much time as they're going to let me stay. I'll move in if they let me.
When is the official opening date on that AP house?
As far as I know, they've not announced the official opening. They just said spring.
Okay.
Now the construction, like if you the building that it's in, that construction is complete, and they're putting trees and plants, and they're at the point of all the horticulture outside. So they must be getting close, because that's generally one of the very last steps.
That's true. Yeah, I'm yet to venture into the AP house here. I don't know if I even should bother, but maybe I will. Maybe I will.
You will have no problem getting access to it.
Yeah, getting access to watches is another thing. However,
that's different. But the AP houses themselves, they're very generous with their time, and and whatnot. I'm sure. I mean, given your uncontroversial nature, I'm sure if you even wanted to do an interview there or something, they would grant you the time to do it. Now, I should be careful. I don't know if the AP House there is as unpretentious as the one in New York. The one in New York is surprisingly accessible,
Okay.
right? So I don't know. And New York is generally as pretentious, at least as L.A. or Beverly Hills culture, but not always.
I don't know. I mean, how much time have you actually spent in LA?
A tremendous amount before COVID.
Yeah.
A tremendous amount before COVID.
Okay.
Actually, I do all of my Berluti, which is one of my favorite marks, all comes from Berluti Beverly Hills, not Berluti Miami.
Right. You told me this before.
So I've had better luck with even Dior when, for my significant other at the time, better luck Dior Beverly Hills than Miami.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like, I've always, for me, having experienced these kinds of brands from the luxury space, not limited to watches, I would say the level of pretentiousness and exclusivity for exclusivity's sake is out of all proportion in LA compared to New York. But that's very anecdotal. That's just been my personal experience. Your mileage may vary. And by you, I mean you, Ali, but also, beyond as well. For me, it's incomparable. I mean, especially the Rodeo Drive set for certain brands is incredibly snotty, and it's usually not something that the corporates or even store managers can do anything about. Like it's some sales associates running wild, and they don't necessarily understand that can spoil your relationship to a single brand altogether for your entire life, and it would lose them your business, and with you relating that experience, potentially the business of so many others.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just the nature of the beast at some level. That's how some sales associates behave in Rodeo Drive, which is something I have absolutely not seen anywhere in New York. But maybe that's just me.
You're right. You are right. I would hope that the AP House there is as successful as the one in New York, but I expect the one in Miami to be quite pretentious.
Well, I guess I'm not gonna probe much further into that. I'm guessing that might reflect some of your earlier experience with the people there already.
No, actually, the Ball Harbor. So they're closing one of the AP boutiques. Well, I think they are, but the Ball Harbor boutique, I've had wonderful experiences with, generally speaking. As far as AP access goes, right? So, but I have a feeling that when you move into that particular district close to Brickell down in Miami, it's a different breed of people entirely.
I see.
But, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, what do we got? We've had enough viewers to have a fair amount of likes. What's going on here?
I don't know. You ask them. You tell them. You tell them, Andy. How many likes do we have? 0? Only 12? Ali, you are muted.
It shows 12 for me right now.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. People have been coming in and out, and we have more than 12 viewers. So I'm guessing, and 17 people voted in the silly little poll that I had to decide on what to perhaps cover in terms of auctions, in terms of auction previews and results. So I guess some of them could actually vote or hit the like as well at the same time. I like, for once, I can be the good cop, Ali. I'm glad that's, I'm glad you did that. I'm usually the one who attacks my own listeners, you know, so I can, or viewers.
I don't think you've attacked anybody, but it's always good. It's surprising because I have obviously YouTube Studio access on the Watch Hangout, right? JJ's properties.
Mhm.
And it is surprising to see that the little heart button for comments, the like during a show, the volume of chat in the live chat, all affect the push to the algorithm live.
Of course.
It's good. It's actually nice to see people do that. When people hit the heart on comments and participate, it helps very much. And then if you comment on a video afterwards, it dramatically changes the viewership. Like you can see it on JJ's channel. If there are a couple of comments, the average viewership will jump up from 600-700 for that episode to over 1,000 just with a couple of comments. If there are 20 comments or more, it gets to 3,000 viewers. You know, so it would be nice to see that here as well.
And guys, please, if you are not already subscribed, please subscribe to the Watch Hangout as well. The handle is pretty simple, at the Watch Hangout, but I've provided the direct link right there in the chats too. And while you're doing that, yes, hit the like button and leave, you know, Archie, to a certain extent, at least in a bygone era, Archie actually knew what he was doing. So leave a nasty and vicious comment below because they are just as valuable for the algorithm. So instead of trying to join the panel to call me names and, you know, post your anti-Semitic messages in the chat, please post them as comments so it can bring me at least more viewers and ultimately, of course, money. So please do that.
That's funny.
And
unfortunately, it's funny, but it's funny.
Upvote and comment fikers. Yes, that's.
But people like the what was it? It was the video you just posted.
Which one?
I have to go back to. No, it's a few days old now. No, it was the one from yesterday. Dual time watches, the alternative world. So that's the one I want to watch because that's actually something I want an alternative to the GMT Master. Right. So are people taking it? Do you? What are your statistics on the members only videos? Because that's a good 20 to 25 minutes like daily expenditure of time. It's a good way to use the time.
You know, members only stuff, interestingly, gets more traction when it's published to the public.
Oh, sure.
So those videos, it depends. It depends on the subject. When it's Rolex or Patek, it goes up to 600, 700 sometimes. The usual videos really are between 150 to 250.
You know, something you might want to consider is in reverse. If some of those videos that you've opened up, you know, hit the 1,000 viewer mark, change them back to members only. Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm right here. Yeah, that's I mean, that's going to be my kind of my aim for the period after March. You know, I think I'm going to make more videos exclusive.
I like your library. I catch probably 2 or 3 videos of the members only library a week. I think it's a good library. Let's see who I catfished in the chat. Oh my god.
What happened? Did you expose someone with the gifts again?
I don't. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say exposed. So we have Evan H, who's been here. Aces full. Ken Daigle, good to see Ken. Goldfinger, good to see Goldfinger. Peruka, always a pleasure. Booferus, which don't see around as much as I'd like, but every time I see him, he's here. We got Ben, Johnson ECD. I don't recognize that name. Treble, I don't recognize the name either. And then we have Jonathan Quayle Higgins the third, which I have not seen in forever.
Man, that's that last one doesn't surprise me because he's secretly my biggest fan, and we all know this. We all know this. He actually loves me. Just finds it very hard to admit for obvious reasons, I will say. I won't divulge those reasons. I don't want to put him in the tough spot. But that's very funny.
I miss pre-controversy Higgins. I really do.
I never knew him, unfortunately. The only Higgins I know is the drama queen Higgins, who goes from channel to channel for self-aggrandizement, self-gratification, picking up fights with people for no particular reason, except for some measure of a pissing contest. I wish I knew Higgins who actually wanted to talk watches. I've never met that guy. So again, your mileage may vary, and I respect that.
There was a period of time. I won't dispute his knowledge, but there was a different, and it's a greater effect, right? I think it's just the way the quote unquote Archieverse has gone. There is more money in drama, and I think that dramatically affected the tenor of many conversations. But I do remember what I would consider the pre-controversy Higgins, and was one of my favorites.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing, though. If you are, I don't think Higgins is monetizing his potential for controversy effectively either. Some other people are monetizing.
Most of them aren't. I mean, they just participate in it. Like Curly makes zero money, but Curly is the absolute king of Howard Stern drama comment, but he makes zero, right? He spends money. I'm just saying it's the environment that you're in, right? The environment that the people were in changed just the tenor of conversation over time. It just did. It's one of the reasons you removed yourself from the environment entirely.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, I wasn't fishing tonight. We were talking about member videos. If people don't take advantage of the member videos, I think you should consider it. Again, 2 or 3 a week are, from my perspective, you release 3 on a regular cadence. I still think from your Patreon back library, I think. So yeah, I think it's worth the time.
So what I did was to give even more of tip on the scale towards the members. Nowadays, I put 4 videos every week that are member exclusive, and then release over time over the week 3 videos per week. And sometimes I might produce 1 or 2 videos in addition to that. These days, time has been scarce, so I'm gonna try to put that into live streams as much as I can, although I'm gonna do a video before the end of this week and another one for next week as well, in addition. Anyway, the point is that a lot of the content that's widely available and that is now a huge library in the video section and not the live section, which YouTube, for whatever reason, keeps separate, is going to be more and more slanted to members. There are videos that I do, from scratch, and not videos that I've previously shared with Patreon subscribers that are going to always remain public. But like you said, Ali, probably what is right now available before the end of March will possibly go behind the paywall by April anyway. So you have been very generous and in introducing people to memberships. Some of them are staying, and I hope more of them will, because that's the way things are going now. And it's funny that the drama thing came up, but yes, if you actually want to make any sort of money from genuine content, you do depend on, I guess you can call it crowdfunding, right? You do really depend on your audience, especially if you want to remain a free platform, right? Something that doesn't take sponsorships from any watch brands. I don't get sent free shit. I don't get free trips to Sicily just so I can plug Jacob & Co watches for the next 2 years as if they are horologically significant.
Oh my God.
I don't do that kind of stuff precisely so I can still speak my mind, and precisely so I can bring you content that is valuable, that will give you some guidance in making your own decisions. And I do stream what I enjoy, except this is going to be my full-time gig in exactly 2 months. So nothing takes away from that enjoyment. Trust me on that. But of course, the fact that it will also be my daily bread, I think matters just a little bit. So I do appreciate you, Ali Reza, JB from earlier, and of course, Brody with that cute puppy, $4.99. Thanks for the great content, YB.
My
Appreciate it.
little shit daughter, so she's on spring break. Brody sent us a Seiko mod. It's pristine. It was quote unquote used. It doesn't look used at all.
Okay.
Blacked out, vintage loom. Looks like straight out vintage ninja Seiko mod turtle, right? Nice watch.
Okay.
And it's the first day date that my daughter has had her hands on, right?
Nice.
So I got it for a day, and then she said she wanted it for spring break. I said that's fine, as long as during spring break you take some pictures, you send a thank you card, something, right? It hasn't left her wrist, and it has the days in English and kanji, right?
Nice. Yeah.
So she's just fascinated with it. Brody was very, very generous with that. She's really enjoying that. And then a slight funny story about it is that he sent it in a nice single watch JLC, the vertical tube cases that JLC has. And so when I handed it to her, I didn't tell her it was the Seiko that I had been wearing for that day. I said, I want you to take a look at this sort of thing. And she saw it say JLC. She lost her shit. I'm like, no, nobody, your father's not even that nice. Nobody's that nice. Right? You're not getting a JLC.
I'm glad, that the nice part of that story is you have a daughter who knows what JLC is, who knows what Gégé Lecoultre is and means. So that to me is great news already.
Well, this summer she wants to start a strap business. I'm not gonna argue with her. I'll let her try it.
Okay.
She sends me, it's very, very funny. She sends me links to watch news almost every day now. So
Amazing.
she's way into it. This could get really expensive for dad, but we'll see.
Okay. Well, I look forward to actually those straps that will come out of the project. Don't share here what the slant is, if it's not already shared somewhere else. But
I'm gonna let her do that when she's ready.
Kino Pravda, $5. I second you, Brody. Thank you, YB, for your excellent take on all things watch related. And Brody seconds us. JLC is underrated and underappreciated as a brand. And earlier, Luis was saying, I would have been perhaps able to at least comment that release if it did something different with the dial and with the material. Yeah, perhaps, like, since they didn't really, use a new platform for the sand golds, essentially they took the open worked flying tourbillon from last year, or rather from, I think it was released in the 50th anniversary as well, in 2022, and produced it in the new material. But I think they did give, we didn't talk about this, but I guess it was the elephant in the room, so to speak, or the 6-pound gorilla, whatever you want to call it. They also made him creative conduit, right? Whatever that might mean, which I guess minimally means they have given him some agency in deciding what this model is going to be about. So I guess he didn't want the sand gold, no? Or maybe he didn't want the sand gold.
I lost you for like 15 seconds there. My internet again.
Oh, no worries. I was saying that, like, since Luis from the chat suggested that, I would have been more excited about that John Mayer perpetual calendar release if he at least used sand gold or something. But then again, they must have given him some creative agency with that title. So I think he really went consciously for white gold, because he likes pretending that he is subtle and a tastemaker, but not loud, not like these other people that AP collaborates with, yet still wanted to do something different, but not too different like the sand gold. I think that's really his choice. That's his signature on the model, the white gold.
You're probably right. You're probably right, to be honest.
Evan H, member of the channel, 199, finished one day on Netflix. Cool vintage Patek Philippe. Yes, I have previously talked about this on my Instagram. I think I may have even brought this up on the broadcast before, but I'm gonna share it again because that is actually very interesting, and it makes me think more about what kinds of things people do consciously in costume design departments for these shows and movies as well. Because in Saltburn, and I think that was Jacob Elordi's own choice because it was something from his wardrobe, they used Rolex bubble back. And more recently, in the Netflix series, One Day, they placed on Dexter Mayhew's wrist, Leo Woodall's character, this vintage Calatrava, the reference 2431, which has very distinctive flame-shaped lugs. It's not, they usually don't do these kinds of very conscious non-product placements in, or choices rather, when it comes to watches in these kinds of shows. So I thought it was a nice touch. I think it became part of the story itself, because in so many ways these are like very old money watches. What happened?
Oh, nothing, man. Everything hurts.
I know you're not a fan of Patek Philippe, but you don't have to whinge like every time I talk about
it.
So just kidding.
I just don't consider Patek, modern Patek, Florida proof.
Right.
My brother, who is into Patek, has had endless problems. A lot of my friends have had endless problems. The company frustrates me. And I happen to not like the Nautilus or the Aquanaut much. I like the Aquanaut better than the Nautilus. I just happen to not like them
Mhm.
much. So for me, Vacheron just has a superior design aesthetic than Patek does, and they're both better than AP's current very royal eccentric design.
Mm.
What the hell was that?
Which one?
I'm getting strange messages. Sorry.
Personally, or do you see it in the chat?
Personally, sorry.
Oh, no, no worries.
I'm going to need to depart for a little while. Uh, I'm going to stay in the StreamYard because I think I'm going to be able to come back. But if I
Of
don't come
course.
back, feel free to kick me.
No, we don't need to do that, but mute yourself,
Yeah, yeah,
so
absolutely.
the rest will take care of itself, I think. Okay. All right, so we are going to be back here for a little bit. You guys know that as much as I love the sound of my own voice and can talk 4 or 5 hours at a time, I always love to have an interlocutor on the program, especially when it's someone who is very knowledgeable and quite engaging and passionate on anything watch related, but especially when it comes to one of his favorite brands. And AP is precisely that for Ali Reza, and in so many ways he has a passion for the brand that's that outpaces mine quite easily. Um, I am mostly a captive, as you guys know. I'm not even wearing this shirt by my own will. It's been imposed on me by JB, who takes immense pleasure in seeing me spurned in my quest to get a jumbo, seeing me rejected and humiliated at the gates of the AP boutiques. So I'll wear it, and maybe it will even encourage me to expedite my purchase of a Royal Oak on the secondary market. Stay tuned for that. If and when Ali comes back, I have to ask him his opinion about something that's been on the back of my mind. Um, and it's something that is related to the channel, and that something that I have tried to give away previously, one of these Seiko 5 watches, and in 2 drawings, whoever won it either didn't claim it, like JB, because he didn't need it, and Plastic won it the second time. I'm talking about the Blue Dial Seiko 5, which is a twin of mine, Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers piece. So I want to give that watch away, and I don't want to take away the rights of the people who have donated at that time. As you guys know, whatever has been donated in that particular month was donated in its entirety by me with my own contribution to the UNICEF. So I think we are going to do a little redrawing, and I have a couple of gifts that I'm overdue. It's my fault that they haven't reached their destination yet, because I had really a hellish last few months, but things have not been this good for the last month or so, especially. So I want to mark that somehow in a positive manner. So I'm going to pick Ali's brains when he comes back on that particular thing. But I do want to take a look at how the poll has been shaping. Okay, there are 20 votes in the poll, and they're divided right in the middle. I said, which auction should I cover? Should I cover the auction results from Sotheby's, Phillips, and Ineichen? Or should I check out the Timeless Treasures auction from Ineichen, which is actually exclusively curated with Patek Philippe watches? So if you still haven't voted, please do. It's divided right in the middle. I can, of course, make my own decision at this point and just go with it. But we will see. I will give it another minute, and maybe someone will cast the decisive vote. JB says it's a gateway drug shirt. Brody says the first one. And JB says, I have the orange rowing blazers. That blue is legit though. Everything you want in a Seiko. I wear it to the gym basically in, every other day. Either I wear my King Turtle, the green one, or that Azzurro or sky blue Seiko 5 rowing blazers. Yeah, I do wanna give that away, but I want to make sure that I don't have to draw and draw and draw every time with no whale. So Brody says the first one, but the voting actually has changed, and it's now Ineichen Patek that is 2 votes ahead. So I'm ending it with 55%. That is going to be our coverage, and it seems somehow fitting because I was giving Ali a hard time for his slant against Patek. Of course, he has very legitimate reasons, and I've been just trying to poke some fun at him. But as you can see, this is a great selection. About, let me see, some 59 lots. And the selection is actually very diverse. Anything from pieces that are relatively contemporary and are in current production to pieces who fall much more in the vintage and new vintage category. There's a little bit of everything. There's something that could appeal to just about anyone. So let's kick things off with something that is relatively uncontroversial and something that I presented in my thumbnail for today's live stream. This is lot number 29. It is a reference 5230p platinum with the blue dial, which has a barleycorn pattern that is a guilloche center dial. At least since 1939, this particular complication in wristwatch form has been part and parcel of Patek Philippe's catalog. and it remains one of their signature complications, one of their most desirable and aspirational watches. If the perpetual calendar and the perpetual calendar chronograph that were introduced just a couple of years later in 1941 in references 1526 and 1518 put Patek on the map as the master of complications, you might say that their world time wristwatch that was introduced a couple of years earlier announced their global aspirations that have started with the stewardship of the Stern family over the company. So in so many ways, this particular complication represents the best of Patek Philippe as much as a perpetual calendar and as much as a perpetual calendar chronograph. And some might say that it is also more useful. Of course, this is a much more recent model. So recent, in fact, that it has a dial that has replaced, that has Beijing replacing Hong Kong on the city's ring. I like the different shades of blue that make part of the dial, that kind of go from brighter to darker, from the guilloche center dial to the blued part of the 24-hour inner ring, and to finally the navy color of the city's ring. And this is a piece that has a really lovely heft in platinum. And it's really delightful to wear, even in the slightly enlarged form, 38.5 millimeters. Remember that except for those models that combine the world time complication with the chronograph, you will be getting that micro rotor movement that builds on the legacy of caliber 240. So you are getting something very sleek, very elegant, and remarkably thin, especially considering the kind of utilitarian complication that it brings to the table. Still wavering around 10 millimeter. I think it scales right above it. It should be more like 10.2 millimeters in thickness. And I think much in the way of 5930G, which has now been discontinued, this blue dial execution brings an unexpected sportiness into the picture for this dial. Ali, how nice to see you, man. I was dying to talk Patek with you. So glad you came back.
You son of a.
How are you doing?
Good. I had some work-related stuff come up, or kind of work-related stuff come up.
Oh, good. I mean, when you said weird message, I was a little bit worried. So I'm glad it's just work.
Yeah, fairly harmless enough. Although my punishment is to come back to Patek. Although 5130, right?
This is 5230, but yes, same genre, world time.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
I think in platinum or in white metal and blue dial, it has, even with the styling of hands, which I don't know what to call it, the Empire State Building, some sort of Art Deco contraption, I don't know.
It is supposed to be Art Deco, I think. I'm not quite sure I agree with the choice, but it somehow works.
Okay, well, you are being very positive for this particular watch. I appreciate that. I think, again, World Time is very highbrow, but somehow when it's in white metal and when it has some interesting dials, of course, with the Klausonet enamel being particularly aspirational, I'm even fine with this sort of blue guilloche dial. Of course, that's brilliant cut diamonds set right in between the two lugs at 6 o'clock is a way Patek in the contemporary era wants to distinguish its platinum watches. I think it's a very subtle and beautiful detail. This gives me basically 5930 vibes without the chronograph movements, and I'm here for it. I like it even better for that. The piece, again, the great thing, as I said before, I never endorse any auction house, and never will. The good thing that Ineichen does as a disruptor is that they have completely gotten rid of the buyer's premium. So what you see is what you get. The fixed price itself is not delusional in this case, which sometimes it can be.
Sometimes they are.
Oftentimes they are. Let's put it out there just right away. But the starting bids is even more attractive, though the piece has not yet met its reserve, I think. Or no, it has, but the current bid is 41,050 in US dollars. The buy it now option is still available, of course, and that might end the auction at any point.
You're the one who introduced me to Nike, and I get their I get their email list, and I'm looking at vintage APs, very reasonably priced for the most part.
Yeah.
I like them. I like them.
I love this one. You prefer cockring our hands on your World Time YB like Archie's. If you mean the observatory style, I guess yes. But is Archie's that way? Does Archie have a World Time now? I don't know. I have really not followed his collection for a while now. But if you mean the observatory style, I do like it. It makes even more sense when you have a Klausonet enamel dial, so you have less interruption, and it kind of has this fake, fake loop or fake magnifier look to it, in the sense that it at least focuses your attention on that particular slice of the map. But otherwise, I think in olden times, they also simply had like stubby versions of the alpha hands or lozenge hands.
Yeah, that was the design for the longest time.
I like that more than this as well. I mean, are we not even allowed to express our opinions anymore? It's fine. I just don't. Yeah, I think it's a little too stylized for my tastes on the 5230P RT. It looks too architectural and a little too contrived for my taste. That's all.
See, the problem is, I think they were going for Art Deco, but to me, it looks like an inverted pitchfork.
Yeah, it's like also syringe in a way. Maybe usually syringe hands are filled with lume. This isn't. So it's, yeah, to me,
It still works well enough. It's a beautiful watch at the end of the day. It still works well enough. And I generally don't like this style of world timer. They execute well. I think it's what 30. It said. I think it's 39 mil or 38 and a half.
38 and a half in this.
The only thing it's missing is Darwin.
I mean, I don't know. I think Patek has intelligent design instead. How do you like that, Ali?
Yeah, there we go. That was a nice little play. And a random feral Mr. GMT appears to defend Darwin.
I don't know. Mr. GMT strikes me more as a Bible thumper, but sure, why not?
I've had many conversations with him. I actually don't know what his religious proclivities are, but they might be intelligent design. You're right.
Sorry, I had to lean in now that I made that dorky.
Once the joke's there, you got to keep going.
Yeah, I had to lean in. Ali, they literally have only Patek here. So
well, this was in the poll. I remember.
Right. Just so you know, I mean, I'm putting it out there, but at least a lot of it is very interestingly gray level. This is the lot 3. I think, it's one of those beasts of the vintage era, neo-vintage era. It might be, in fact, perhaps one of the most desirable watches in the category. I don't use the word grail so often, but when it comes to Patek, probably 5004 is, in fact, that for many. It's the perpetual calendar split-second chronograph in the old mold. So you have a smaller case, which contrasts quite interestingly with a relatively beefy thickness. And of course, there is, on top of that, also the fact that you have the extra pusher that is integrated to the crown. So the watch has a low-key beastly look, especially for its size. Again, 36.5 millimeters roundabouts, but it's 15 millimeters thick, which of course is more than 2 millimeters thicker than the 3970, which is its closest sibling. Of course, this one has the extra split-second bridge, which complicates things, no pun intended. The platinum version, barring the ultra rare stainless steel version, is probably the most desirable one. And unsurprisingly, the piece already has some bids on it, and it stands at 347,600 with a fixed price that's 410,300 in US dollars. Have you experienced any of these in any way, Ali?
No, not at all.
2004? Honestly, many of the criticisms that have been lodged against these kinds of watches, and even to the original datograph, in a way, a lot of people say it was unbalanced because it was around 39.5 millimeters roughly, or right around 39 millimeters in diameter with a thickness that was almost 13, I think more like 12.8. This, of course, is well above that, in the sense that it registers by all means as a very conservatively styled vintage watch. But obviously, due to the stacking of complications, perpetual calendar module on one side, and the split seconds bridge on the other, on top and bottom, sandwiching the Lemania CH27 base, adds up to about 15 millimeters in thickness.
Yeah, this watch is shaped like Danny DeVito.
That's a good analogy. I kind of like it because how obnoxious it is, but when it comes to the balance of its proportions, Artie may well be right. 5204 is superior to 5004. 5204, of course, builds on Patek's in-house movement as well. So it has that going for it beyond its more proportional dimensions. So you are not impressed with this watch by any means, Ali. It really doesn't
Oh
strike.
no, this does nothing for me. So the thing is, there's watches that are just straight up horological flexes, right? But if they aren't aesthetically balanced, they still do nothing to me.
Right.
That's just that's the way I look at it. And I can't. I'm trying to place the 5204 in my head, and I can't. I simply cannot. I just don't follow Patek closely enough. So I can't comment on that. I was trying really hard to recollect it, but I'd have to Google it up.
Let me see. I can pull it up quickly. 5204 is, I think, 40 millimeters in diameter, and it's also thinner, featuring the in-house movement base from Patek rather than the kind of Lemania blanks that they have used
That's
for the
pretty.
longest time.
That's pretty. That's very pretty.
It also has a decidedly more contemporary look beyond its proportions. I think the case, in terms of its styling, in terms of its finishing, still preserves a lot of the visual cues that have defined Patek's perpetual calendar chronographs and perpetual calendar split-second chronographs. And here's the
this is a winner. This is a winner.
And this is the CH29 rather than CH27 as a base. And RT says 5204 wears more like a 42 millimeter Patek than its 40 millimeter peers in the PP range. I think that has, of course, something to do with the extension of the lugs, but perhaps more with its thickness. I think, it's still over 14 millimeters, and that certainly changes your wearing experience of the watch and how it registers to your eye, but also how it simply sits on your wrist. A thicker watch inevitably, even when it's ergonomically contoured, wears bigger on your wrist, no doubt about that. And I like the fact that they, for me, I was going to say this, by the way, Ali, because you were talking about how they might play around with the new perpetual calendar movement for AP. I was hoping that they would at least have one run where they bump the moon phase up to 12
Yes.
o'clock.
Yeah.
I really like that. To me, it gives more of a focal point to what is the most useless, perhaps, but also most romantic aspect of the perpetual
Absolutely. You're
calendar
absolutely correct.
application. So I kind of like that idea. But even here, the way they flipped it a little bit is something I like about this watch, honestly. I still like the 5004 a little better, and I think that's probably stupid blind allegiance to tradition more than anything. But 5204, obviously is a more balanced, and probably it's a watch that
Gorgeous. Just
hangs
gorgeous.
together a little more. It hangs together a little more legitimately, honestly. I have to admit that.
It's gorgeous.
Artie said a friend just got this 5204G and has worn it every day since. I can see that. I can see that. And it's also a nice, speaking of nice applications of green, Ali.
Yeah.
This
I
really
was thinking
checks.
the same thing. I'm like, this is another, company that their use of green almost is as old as Rolex's. Yeah, sorry, Artie. The 5004 really does nothing for me. I'm not arguing its historical significance. It just does nothing for me.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of having at least one interlocutor. I can stand for 5004's historical significance, if only a little bit too blindly, I have to say, for a measure of self-criticism. And Ali can express his opinion, which it does nothing for me, and he actually likes the 5204, which replaced it, and I think did more than replacing it. Honestly, I think sometimes in our current cynicism we don't buy the marketing spiel behind in-house movements so readily as we used to do perhaps in earlier years. But here is one transition where the new caliber they built actually allowed Patek to reinvent the complication in their own lineup, right? 5004 and 5204 are night and day. They're very different watches, right? So I can be the romantic that stands up for the historical significance of 5004. But in retrospect, this model makes that look too much of a mod, whereas this was designed from the ground up, and 5004 might aesthetically appeal a little more to me and tug at my heartstrings. This is just a more coherent design.
Well, this is also probably it may be the best example of what has separated Patek from AP and Vacheron.
Tell me more about
in terms of
that.
So they bring this is through and through Patek, right? And they improved on every aspect, refined the aesthetics, maintained a level of finishing which, again, some machine finishing, but mostly hand finishing, right? Maintained a level of finishing, and they did this. They executed this perfectly the first time out. So this is a watch that has pedigree that just separates it from uh, uh, AP and Vacheron, which really both of them, Vacheron much better than AP in this regard, but have a much more limited range in terms of their ability to bring these things to fruition. Vacheron is much closer to Protect than AP by an order of magnitude at this point. AP 25 years ago was just a better company. Um, so this justifies the Protect premium at the end of the day.
I get it now that you put it in that way. I get it, and I do, I do lament the bygone era of Audemars Piguet too. I feel like they have depended a little too much uh, on the Royal Oak. I'm not saying anything original by pointing that out. I think that has been a horse that everyone kicked about for the longest time. So I'm not going to belabor that point. But I really do hope at one point, and maybe already in Ilaria Resta's term, they will restore some of that, classical, more conservative taste too into the lineup of the brand, because it is certainly in AP's wheelhouse, at least historically. And again, I'm not a hater. I think there's room in the entire horological space, most certainly, but certainly in one brand's catalog as well, for more than one style. So I hope AP comes back with pieces that also rival this kind of attack, because, like you said, they practically own this space. They have some competition from their traditional peers, especially through Vacheron, but it's not much.
This is a pretty punch, man.
Yeah,
Patek had a good show last year as well. Not as good as Cartier, but they had a good show.
yeah, and like you said, Vacheron did too. I couldn't necessarily say anything about that. I like, with Vacheron, I like that they kept a tight focus and just kind of did the retrograde,
3 or 4 killer watches. That's what they did.
Do you like the Ellipse?
Nope. JJ really likes it. I don't like it.
I love the Ellipse as well. I don't know. It was ironic in the beginning because it was something that no one liked. And I actually, the more I try them on, the more I feel like, I will end up, especially with something like this. Not the modern one. I think it's too big for the design, but like a white gold with the blued gold dial. Maybe if I can find one in the right condition for the right price, I might snag it up. This is the reference 5738. You might think at first blush that a golden ellipse in platinum might be a contradiction in terms, might be a misnomer, but the gold in the name Ellipse d'Or, actually comes from the so-called golden ratio, right? That principle of design that has left its mark since ancient Greece in art and architecture. So it is about the proportions of that elliptical design and not about its material. However, they have had the tradition of using gold blanks for the dials of these watches. And I'm a particularly big fan of the blued gold dials that they pair usually with different shades of gold. I think it's most striking in white gold, and it's not too shabby here with the platinum case material either. But to my money, the 34.5 times 39.5 millimeter is a little too large for this particular design. Tell me.
Every time people say things like that, I'm thinking it's a tic tac on my wrist. My wrists are horrible, man. I miss out on so many beautiful designs.
You mean even the 5738 is looks like a tic tac on your wrist?
Well, no, I mean the dimensions probably would kind of work, but it would still be too small for what I like.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, absolutely. And sometimes I wear watches that I consider too large for my taste, and people say it looks fine. So who am I to say? But I prefer the reference 3738 to the 5738 when it comes to the ellipse, although this aesthetic is exactly what I like, that's blued gold dial with a sunburst finish in contrast with the white metal of the case. I don't know, I might settle for yellow gold one day. Who knows? I am getting old. I do want to be an uncle at some point. I want to be able to call, every young man nephew. So maybe I'll be wearing yellow gold ellipses sometime soon. There is there we go. I wish this was on leather bands. That's exactly what I want. But the white gold versions are just way much, way more expensive than the yellow gold ones. But this is what I mean. Something like this on a leather strap.
I like the band.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, honestly, the bracelet isn't too shabby either. But hey, I think it's a little too much for my taste.
Yeah, it's a little too ostentatious. Says the guy with the ridiculously large G-Shock and the white strap.
Why not? Why not, man? I think. Look, it depends. It depends on the watch. We sometimes return to that point, but I feel like wearing a Panerai in 40 millimeter case just doesn't make sense to me.
No, doesn't at all.
I mean, what you're gonna wear like a mid-sized G-Shock or something? It's supposed to be a big obnoxious watch, as far as I know. I mean, again, not that I would know anything about G-Shocks because I've never really worn them, but I hate on these pieces quite often. Maybe you have something good to say about them. At lot 22, we have a Patek Philippe Calatrava 5226G with that asphalt.
I don't have anything good to say about it. I never expected Patek to make a Hamilton homage.
Yeah, for me, again, having my own reservations already about the Nautilus and the Aquanauts, I hate it even more when Patek tries to be sporty in their other lines.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. They're not good at it.
And I know that's been their trend, especially in more accessible lines, less complicated pieces. They have been trying to blur the line between what is dressy and what is sporty. They have been trying to mix and match. They have been trying to confuse and confound these traditional categories, and I don't think it's been a great success. And this is one of the best examples of that um, failure, of the failure of their efforts.
This is the way I look at this is that it's like if Nike decided they were going to produce dress shoes, it's like you want to stay within the brand, so brand loyalists will buy this. But if you're coming to the brand, like it just doesn't make sense to me. It's not a Patek watch.
You know what I think when I see Pateks like this? This meme.
Exactly.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. I just think it's a mistake. But again, they sell like hotcakes, so I can say as much as I want about Rolex and Patek making mistakes. They sell.
Yeah, in this case, I think this lot even bears it out. We can hate on it as much as we want, but lot 22 has already attracted 10 bids, and the current bid stands at 38,750 with 2 days to go. There's also a fixed price attached to the auction set at 45,600, but I'm sure this piece will actually sell successfully, and it has its detractors in the two of us perhaps, but certainly has its fans as well. I mean, to me, it's really, all of this adds insult to injury. I mean, the dial and the case band just don't make sense together at all. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, it's not just you.
Yeah, to have that Claude Paris or hobnail pattern on the entire case band with these elegantly attached lugs, and like a smooth bezel, all of which to me are trademarks of the kind of style that Patek embodies, and then slot that dial in. And it's not even the oversized Arabic numerals for me. I mean, that can work on these kinds of designs, on similar designs. But really, it's the design by committee look that grates me the most. Like, even if I saw 3 here instead of the date window, I would perhaps suspend my cynicism and jump on board, at least for one particular kind of release. But it just seems like they are trying to please an audience that's not even particularly there. And I will push against actually what you said, right? We can criticize as much as we want, and they will still sell the watch. That's the kind of performance, or that's the kind of success that's really independent of the design itself.
No, that's true. Yeah.
We don't have to trick ourselves. Like, certain, at least this has been the case in the last couple of years. It might change, and I don't think it will last forever. Anything and everything that Rolex and Patek has released has been eaten up by the potential customers. That has been the case. That can change, and I feel like that sort of desirability has nothing to do with a particular design. So it can't testify to the success of this particular watch, to be honest.
That part of it I agree with. It's not selling because of the design. It's selling because of the branding. Period. End of story. The design nomenclature here is just wrong for Patek. It just is. All right, I am going to have to depart. It's getting close to 2 a.m. I got a couple things I need to do, and
I
I've been
understand.
neglecting sleep for 4 or 5 days now. So it was good to talk to you. It was good to see everybody.
That was amazing. Yeah,
Make
thank you.
sure people, the new members, go check out some of the videos at least. Give it a shot, right? And they range between 15 and 25 minutes. It's a nice bite-sized chunk, right? You could have a salad or a soup and absorb some knowledge and commentary while you're at it.
Amazing. I like the dietary uh, suggestions as much as I like your
I
you know
don't tempt me. I tried to hat tip your veganism, but I don't generally support mental illness. So
well, I I am mentally ill, but veganism is certainly not one of my symptoms. So
Brando, have a good night.
thank you so much, Ali.
It was good to
I
see
really
everybody.
appreciate
Take
it.
care.
Thank you. Ali, thank you so much, um, as always, for your support, and of course for the 10 gift memberships that you gave today that allowed us to welcome 10 more members into our community. They, of course, get access to a library of exclusive contents, the likes of which you can already sample as a member and as a non-member also, um, to a lesser extent in the videos section, in the videos segments. They are mostly in the genre that I call Wilf Hunter watches I like to find. Usually I choose 3 or 4 that belong to a distinct genre. It can be in the mold of the video that Ali was talking about earlier, like dual time watches, alternatives to the Rolex GMT Master. So something of a different kind of spin there. It can be, perpetual calendars that actually have some sort of heritage behind them, but don't come from one of the major players, um, like Patek, for example. It can be complicated reversos that won't break the bank, on and on and on. They're usually in this mood, they're usually in that mold. Um, and there's a growing library, of course, that is publicly accessible now, but there's even more that comes as exclusive with the membership. So please do consider also signing up on your own. And if you were lucky enough to have been gifted a membership by Ali Reza, um, please browse the content in the archive. Feel free to give me more suggestions for the kind of content you would like to see. I am looking forward to your reactions. Always, doesn't matter whether the video is behind the paywall or not. I welcome your comments, and I always respond to them. So please feel free to do that. Um, Will Funter, yes, yes. I love Ross Rachel Brady. Unfortunately, I've never had him on my channel, but I love him. I love him. Lot number 4, speaking of the Patek Philippe Golden Ellipse and the reference 3738, I do prefer these much, much more on the leather bands. I think it is already a segmenting design, so to speak, quite divisive in terms of its design language. So to have a dress watch like that is accentuated by the integrated bracelet, from my perspective at least, doesn't really help. But these are great pieces in my opinion, the previous reference, 3738s, compared to the 5738s, was a much better balanced watch. And here you have an example in yellow gold with I'm trying to count the rows. I think an 8-row, no, a 9-row bracelet. And that's beautiful heat blue dial. This particular piece actually comes with matching yellow gold cufflinks with a Calatrava cross motif on them, on their blue center. The presentation box is also in the old school style and very compelling. And there's also a keyring that is styled in the same way. I think this is a beautiful set. I'm surprised that the winning bid is not placed by John Reardon, because it seems like the kind of set that he would go after. Who knows? Maybe he will come and snap this piece up. There, after all, still 2 days to go. There's a fixed price set right under $40,000, but the current bid stands at $33,050. Ellipse, in fact, has had an entire line of accessories that are associated with it because it is such a distinct shape. Cufflinks, key rings, lighters, all manner of pieces, which collectability, actually, John Reardon's company that specializes in selling Patek Philippe, has had in stock and has sold over the years. So as always, if you want to learn more about Patek Philippe, and especially the Golden Ellipse in particular, you should always keep an eye on John Reardon and Collectability LLC on the web. Golden Ellipse, yes, it is a staple of the PP collection. It still exists in the form of 5738s. There's a 5738R in pink gold with a brown dial. 5738P, we just looked. It was part of this auction as well. And there's also a version of it with like a open worked, like arts et métiers style dial, and that piece is also in platinum, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, just like the one at lot 6, it still exists. There's also another example of the 3738s on leather band, and this is the kind of dial and case metal configuration that the 5738s are delights in as well, like a brown sunburst dial combined with a pink gold case. You know, again, my opinion aside, and I do prefer the blue dial for this particular model. The chocolate brown dial is quite amazing as well. And as you guys know, I'm a fan. I'm wearing my root beer today, the 16753 with the nipple dial, so you guys know that I like this combination a lot, just not necessarily in the ellipse, because I think that blue dial is special, but you can see that the brown dial is no joke either, historically speaking, and even in the current lineup as well. But this is the reference 3738, which is, in my opinion, better proportions at 31.5 by 35.5. It's a pretty holistic design with the buckles, in fact, interpolating that golden ellipse shape. They're also quite thin and don't have the sapphire case back, which only accentuates, which only emphasizes that ultra thin aspect, ultra thin wear of the watches. And yes, just like I confirmed in response to RT's question in the chats, they have been part of the Patek collection for a long time. And in fact, since the late 60s, I think it was introduced in 1968, I want to say. I may have the year off by a couple, but it's a late 60s piece. So the ellipse has been there even longer than the Nautilus, for example. Not necessarily comparable watches, don't take me wrong, but yes, the ellipse has been around. This is lot number 7 for a neo vintage example of it, Ellipse d'Or, or the golden ellipse, in pink gold with the brown, chocolate brown sunburst style, reference 3738R. With about 2 days to go, the bidding stands at 14,250. There is a fixed price set at 21,700 as well, which can be used to conclude the auction at any time. And once again, the disruptive policy of Ineichen has been that they don't charge buyer's premium, and this is the case. That is the case with this auction as well. So what you see is what you get, whether you end up buying something at the hammer price or by using the buy it now / fixed price option. That is the amount you will pay, plus taxes and potential custom fees as well, depending on where you are located in the world. But there won't be a hefty buyer's premium added even on top of that as well. Lot number 17 is a limited edition gondola. This is the Millennium Anniversary Sets, reference 5100, that was produced in 3 shades of gold as well as platinum. The case for the reference 5100s was inspired by reference 2554, the so-called manta ray, which was a Patek design from 1950s with those distinctive flanks. So it's a special edition, very much in the mold of the reference 5500s, just from a few years before, the so-called hourglass or the Eiffel Tower, which took its cue from reference 2441. This is the white gold example with the blue dial, which I think complements that case shape quite well. Of course, the platinum example was the rarest when it comes to this particular limited edition, but white gold came right after that with 450 examples, 300 units in platinum, 750 in pink gold, and 1500 in yellow gold. So that makes the white gold version, in addition to that gives the white gold version, in addition to its aesthetic appeal, a further edge. This particular example is presented in near mint condition overall. The white gold case has a matching proprietary Patek tang buckle. And here is that classically inspired movement with a 10-day power reserve and a Geneva seal. Of course, the watch comes from the turn of the millennium, which is almost a decade before Patek's transition away from the Geneva seal, instituting their own way of certifying their movements. Year 2000, Patek, marking that Millennium Special Edition. The dial is nicely balanced with the 10-day power reserve indicator as a counterweight to the small second subdial at 6. And with about 2 days left on the clock, the bidding stands at $33,050 for lot 17. The fixed price remains as a buy it now option set at $45,006 in US dollars. RT, I would say so. I would say so. I would think that Phillips should come even before before you reach a dozen Patek Philippe. But again, I'm a little slanted. I like a lot of vintage and neo-vintage Patek. The more complicated, the better. Um, I'm not a fan of the Nautilus at all as a design, even though I do have a soft spot for the Aquanauts. And that might surprise a lot of people because others might consider the Aquanauts to be merely derivative of the Nautilus. They are not entirely wrong. Obviously, that's where the design came from. And in fact, this might be a good time to talk about the watch that they have here, which is one of the early examples of the Aquanauts here at lot 47. This is the 5060 in yellow gold. This watch, when it first came out, was in fact presented as part of the Nautilus line, right? It didn't even have the name Aquanauts when it was first introduced as 5060S. And you can see that the watch looked also quite different from the kind of designs that we associate with the Aquanaut today. Even historically, the distinct pattern on the dial that was more of a military inflected pattern earlier and turned into a more cosmopolitan globescape pattern later. The way that pattern was reflected on the waffle-like texture of the tropic style rubber strap as opposed to the leather bands that is presented here. But yes, I came here kind of being distracted from what the purpose of Artie's first question was. I would say absolutely yes. If I were building a Patek collection from scratch for a client, I would include an Ellipse in the top 10, actually. I think I would prize the complications above and beyond anything else. I think if you have the access and or the money to buy them on the secondary markets and you really like Patek, it would be foolish to skip the Nautilus. I think I would certainly get an Aquanaut as well. Perhaps the 5167 makes more sense as something that can be worn on an everyday basis. 5164 in steel that has just been discontinued, I think would also be a great choice for that. But quite frankly, before I would venture into any kind of contemporary time-only Calatrava, I would much rather direct people towards an ellipse. And the reference 3738 to me is a sweet spot on the leather strap with the hand wound movements, in yellow or white gold. I think that's a very elegant watch. To me, as a time-only dress Patek, I would go for that. The itch for the Calatrava can be scratched by having the same styling, but in a more complicated form in the Patek catalog with relative ease. Whereas there's nothing like the ellipse. So that's me. And the reason I'm saying that I'm having this thought experiments rather for a client or a friend is because I'm just not that committed to Patek myself. So I can't imagine myself putting together a 10 or 12 piece Patek Philippe collection if and when I have the resources, right? For me, it's just not how I feel about the brand. Even though there's always one or two things that I like about Patek from any given era, because they're just that good, because they are simply one of the best that I can't contest. Gone Dog, thank you. Europe is waking up and joining us. Gone Dog says hi from Scandinavia, and Fries is also saying hi from Bavaria, if I'm not mistaken, and if he hasn't changed his location recently. So this is actually how the Aquanaut was first presented, even though its origins, at least insofar as Nick Fox has told it in Patek Philippe's magazine. I'm so sorry. Even though its origins remain somehow militaristic, even though it was apparently first commissioned or floated as an idea by a dignitary from an unnamed and unannounced country who wanted Patek to produce something like a field watch that can be worn out there in the field on a daily basis, and that would have also the kind of substance and elegance which would make it a good gift for a higher ranking officer. That is the origin story. How much of it is an urban myth and how much of it is actual fact, I leave that to you to decide. But when the 5060 was first introduced, this is the form that it took. It was a yellow gold watch, scaling right around 36.5 millimeters in diameter, presented on a leather strap, and actually with Roman numerals and leaf hands on a black dial, sweep center seconds, a date window at 3 o'clock. So the Aquanauts that we know and that we recognize today in the contemporary Patek lineup came later. When the steel model was introduced. This is the 5060S and later known as 5060J, and has a much more classic, dressier appearance than the Aquanauts that was to follow in stainless steel and on the Tropic style rubber band. The fixed price, I guess partly for that reason, partly because it is the historic model, is set at 51,300, which I think is quite hefty, even if this piece looks like it is in good condition. It is not that historic after all, as you can see from the sapphire caseback. So this is not from that first series. Even if it exhibits aesthetically the appearance of the original. So this piece comes from year 2003, actually, even if, again, it replicates or it represents the kind of aesthetic that largely defined the original release in 1997. Or rather 1996. 1997 is when the 5060A came out. This is the Aquanaut 5060J, the Aquanaut in yellow gold with a black dial complemented by Roman numerals and leaf hands inlaid with luminous material and a sweep center seconds hand. Date window at 3 o'clock. With about 2 days to go, the bidding has almost reached $40,000. And the fixed price, which remains as a buy it now option, is set at $51,300. There are two 5167s offered up for auction. This is the current version in stainless steel, which actually can be considered an improvement in terms of exemplifying an integrated design in the way that the tropic style rubber strap sits flush with the case and the lugs. We will look at an earlier example in a neighboring lot momentarily. But I am actually a fan of the 5167 as a reference. I like it. I actually like it exactly in this way. 5164, to me, again, harkens a little too closely to the kind of aesthetic choices that I don't quite like about the Nautilus as a design. I like the purity and simplicity of the time and dates in stainless steel. Of course, this piece, along with many other pieces in Patek Philippe's catalog, but especially along with everything that is sporty and in stainless steel, has also been swept up by the hype. So it's not surprising that it still comes with a hefty price tag that is here set at a rather optimistic 74,100 in US dollars for both of these lots. The current bids stands at 59,300 for lot 46 and 59,300 for lot 45. Lot 45 is from 2018, whereas lot 46 is from 2022, a newer piece. I think number 45 perhaps is presented a little better in the pictures with the box and papers. Unfortunately, again, there's always something missing in Eichen's presentation. You know, sometimes there's a lot of discordance between the pictures and the lot description. The lot description usually doesn't make a note of the collateral, a note on the papers, boxes, and presentation material that may or may not be included in the lot, in the sale. So it can be misleading sometimes. Maybe just like in this picture, they should just include, you know, a visual of everything that is included in the sale. Because that clearly is then reflected in the price. What can I say? I think it's that sort of inconsistency, honestly, just takes away from their own sales. I don't know why they don't pay more attention to it. I have said that the modern Aquanaut is much closer to the idea of integrated design that has defined Patek Philippe's sportier creations as far as Nautilus and Aquanauts go. '66 was introduced in 1998, and unlike the 5065 that was introduced with it or introduced concurrently with it, it's preserved the 36 millimeter original dimensions. The 5065 was scaled up to 38 millimeters, which made it the jumbo at the time. So 5066, for that reason, is perhaps more quote unquote quintessential when it comes to the original conception of the Aquanauts. Of course, once again, it features the exhibition caseback, unlike the 5060A. The original creation in stainless steel. And it has here at lot number 43 a tritium dial which of course matches its year 2000 production. As you can see, it has that embossed dial pattern, which seems like an outright military design, very much resonating with that grenade aesthetic. And in the same way, it is replicated in the tropic style rubber band that has that sort of waffle-like or chocolate bar style look, which of course echoes with the design of the dial. That being said, as I mentioned, I'm not a big fan of the rubber band on these pieces compared to how much more integrated the Aquanaut has looked since the introduction of the reference 5167 in 2007. So as much as I like the Aquanaut better, And I do actually appreciate the more nuanced and the more marked embossed dial design from a bygone era. I much prefer the design language of the most recent iteration of the time and dates of the Equinox Jumbo in 5167. This has been lot number 43, the Patek Philippe Equinox in 36 millimeters stainless steel with an exhibition caseback in reference 5066. The current bid stands at 38,750 in US dollars with about 2 days to go. There is, of course, the buy it now option there fixed at 45,600, which can end the auction at any point in time. We are entering the last 20 minutes of today's broadcast. So I'll kindly ask you to hit the like button. If in the time that remains, you want me to focus in any one of the lots of your choosing, please send in the lot number, preferably with a super chat, and I'll be more than happy to shift gears and shift my focus for you. But I think I have about 3 or 4 more watches to discuss. I'm going to take a short break now. If you want to contribute, if you want to support the channel, you know how. And if nothing else, please hit the like button. Don't forget to leave a comment after the end of the live stream, and feel free to drop any watch related questions to the chat before the end of this broadcast as well. I will be right back. All right, I am back. We have talked about what was perhaps derived some 2 decades later from the original design, perhaps at the urging of a foreign dignitary who was looking for a watch appropriate to military officers, but certainly under the visionary leadership of Laurent Ferrier, who was at the time in the 90s the head of Patek's creations department, which is just a fancy way of saying design. When we go back to the 70s, some years after the original design that was commissioned by Audemars Piguet in Royal Oak from Gérard Janta, we see the Patek Philippe Nautilus reference 3700 line 1A with the ribbed black-blue gradient dial. This piece, of course, shares a DNA with the Royal Oak, and in ways that go beyond the name of the designer, the signature of the maestro, so to speak. They're both integrated bracelets pieces that were designed to be worn or rendered in stainless steel, at least initially, at least originally. But beyond that, they also have bracelets that were made by the same company in Guer Frères. The dials were made by Stern in both cases, for the Royal Oak and here for Patek Philippe. And the movements that powered both watches were designed by Jaeger-LeCoultre to be used in ultra-thin self-winding pieces by Patek Philippe, by Audemars Piguet, and by Vacheron Constantin. That was the Jaeger-LeCoultre caliber 920, which of course powered the first Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo, and in fact also the Royal Oak Jumbo for up until 2002. It powered the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo in reference 3700, and that movement base also powered the Vacheron Constantin 222 at its inception as well, being introduced as it was in 1977. So this watch, in fact, shares into that 70s heritage in more ways than one, in more ways than just its designer. And of course, in its original form, in its original state, it has a certain charm to it that later versions, at least for someone like me, doesn't quite capture. And of course, the sleek elegance that is subtended by that ultra thin self-winding movement that gives us here right about 7.5 millimeters in thickness is perhaps the watch's biggest virtue. After all, this piece also doesn't have an exhibition case back, which was to follow. In later generations. Starting with the 3711. And of course, differently from later iterations of the Nautilus, this piece is a two-hander, right? Precisely because it was based on the JLC 920, which does not have sweep center seconds or small seconds for that matter. So this is the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo, the reference 3700 line 1A in stainless steel with the black and blue dial. At lot 49, the piece is currently being bid at 114,000 US dollars with about 2 days to go. There's also a buy it now option fixed at 170,950 in US dollars. We have about 10 more minutes, and I think maybe time for discussing maybe 3 more watches. I want to be fair and balanced. Here is a very rare bird. Our friends, I Love Maldives, has this particular watch. It's a reference that was only produced for 1 year. It was replaced in 2006 by 5712 on the 30th anniversary of the design. But in many ways, the 3712 that was introduced in 2005 has a significant place in the history of the design. Some go back to the 3710, the so-called Comet, for the first complication in a Nautilus, for the first complicated Nautilus. That model was released in 1998, and its complication is its power reserve indicator. But I think the 3712 is a much better candidate and at least brings so much more substance behind that claim to be a complicated Nautilus piece. It has a beautiful asymmetric dial that has grown on the audience over the years. This model too has been a slow burner. Nowadays, 5712 has its own cult following. Some people even prefer it to the Jumbo. And beyond its asymmetric dial and unique look, those fanatics would also defend the 5712 due to its relative thinness, right? Because it's only a smidgen thicker than the 5711, its contemporary Jumbo, even though it has the moon phase indicator, not to mention the power reserve indicator. And of course, that classic black-blue gradient dial with the ribbed pattern. Small seconds placed off center at around 4:30, and a pointer date that surrounds a moon phase indicator situated right at 7 o'clock. The watch has a few more cosmetic differences that separates it from 5712 that I have discussed in previous episodes. So I won't belabor the point here. But again, because the 3712 is an extremely limited production, it remains quite desirable for a certain kind of collector. So I'm happy to see it here as part of the Timeless Treasures Patek auction by Ineichen Zurich at lot 55. This is the Patek Philippe Nautilus Moon Phase, reference 3712, line 1A-001. There is a buy it now option that's set at 148,150 US dollars, but the current bid stands at 111,700 with about 2 days to go. It will be interesting to see if it sells and for how much it sells. Of course, there are two more modern examples in white gold on the bracelets back to back at lots 53. And they are trending at around 66,100 for lot 53. And 78,650 for lots 54. And of course, a lot of the charm of this piece resides in its microrotor movements, which is, of course, the source of its relative thinness, its sleek elegance, but it is also a joy to contemplate for many. At lot 56, we have a piece that is something of a precursor and a forgotten 90s icon in the Neptune, a precursor to the 3712 and 5712, the Nautilus moon phase, because it is driven by the core of the same movement. The microrotor caliber 240. This particular model of the Neptune line was produced specifically between 1998 and 2005. And it has a similar asymmetric dial layout that includes indicators for the power reserve and the moon phase, as well as an integrated bracelet design, much like the Nautilus moon phase that we were looking at. A smooth domed bezel surrounds this rather quirky dial. I have to say, as much as I love the snakeskin / scale styled integrated bracelets, I've never quite was fond of the font choice on the dial, as well as the handset. It's a little too muted, too tame for me compared to the rest of the design, which sounds, or which looks quite aggressive and at least vaguely nautical. So I never quite made sense of the dial, but otherwise I find the Neptune to be a fascinating watch, and in the right context, at the right moment in the market, for the right example, it can be a great bargain too. This is not necessarily case here, where the buy it now price is set for 35,350 US dollars, and the current bids has already scaled above $25,000 with 2 days to go. But elsewhere, again, at the right moment for the right example, if you actually like the design, if you can get over the few hangups you have about the design, unlike me, it could be an interesting piece to consider because they have been relatively overlooked within the hype that has consumed other Patek Philippe sports pieces in stainless steel. So this was lot 56 for the Neptune reference 5085, which has time and dates with small seconds, as well as indicators for the moon phase and the power reserve. The bidding stands at 25,100 with about 2 days to go. This is almost the end of my broadcast. If you want to squeeze in one more question, if you want to make a last-minute contribution with a super chat, with a membership, or if you simply want to contribute to the channel in other ways, and again, this is a fully independent channel that is completely at the behest of its audience and at the service of its audience. So everything you contribute comes back to you in terms of the quality of content that I share with you on a daily basis. So please consider contributing. In either case, if you just hit the like button, if you share the link with other collectors, with fellow enthusiasts, I would already appreciate that quite a bit. In either case, thank you for your support and presence. I really do appreciate all the gifted memberships, Ali Reza, as well as the generous super chats by JB. Both of them are also members of the channel, as well as Brody and Kino Pravda and Evan H as well, also a member of the channel. Thank you so much, guys. I will talk about this tonneau / turtle-shaped case that houses a Patek perpetual calendar and go from there. Fry says, is the Neptune the cheapest way into Patek complication? Actually, depends on where you start the complication. There are dual-time Calatravas that can be cheaper. The reference I have in mind is 5134, I want to say. So it depends. It depends where what you count as complication, what you're looking for when it comes to a complicated Patek Philippe watch. But a 5134 in yellow gold is almost by definition cheaper than a Neptune moon phase, specifically 5085. So I would say that that's a much that's as legitimate of an entry into a complicated Patek Philippe watch as anything. This is the model, actually. And yeah, I like it quite a bit. But it is admittedly an acquired taste. It has the travel time complication. With a hand-wound movement, with the two pushers that allow you to shift the hour hand back and forth like a jump hour. It comes highly recommended, by the way, by none other than Nick Fawkes, who has loaded its I think, who has praised it as an entry point into the Patek Philippe collection to begin with. I think it's an interesting watch. It's not the most conventional piece, but if you are confident in your own choices, it can be an interesting option. To me, it checks a lot of boxes, but then again, I'm not a diehard Patek Philippe fan or collector, for that matter. So I would, for that reason, take my particular advice on this with a pinch of salt. I'm sure others would just as legitimately direct your attention to a simpler time-only Calatrava, probably something without crown guards. When it comes to that, once again, I'm a little unconventional. I would say go for a 5127, maybe in gold, maybe in white gold, I mean. To me, that's a very interesting Calatrava. That's as sporty of a Calatrava as I like. And I much prefer that over anything and everything that Patek has produced in the way of Calatravas of late. So I'm just sharing that as an example of what I prefer and how that might not align with someone who is more traditionally into Patek. Now, we have gone beyond midnight, but since I did promise to take a look at that tonneau-shaped or turtle-shaped perpetual calendar in the reference 5040, I'll go back. This is actually a model that I've recommended in the past many times, because along with the officer case perpetual calendar, of which there are also two examples in this auction, the reference 5159. Reference 5040 is one of the most attractive points of entry into the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar back catalog, because of its price point. And that price point has a lot to do with the case shape. All of these aspects of the restrained, conservative elegance that Patek Philippe represents, and that we have praised in this particular live stream, has its constraints, of course. When they are a little more adventurous, when they offer some of their signature complications in case designs that stray just a little bit off their traditional wheelhouse. In the longer term, those pieces might not retain value in the same way as some of their more Calatrava inflected round cased pieces. And the reference 5040 is a great example of that. The lot 36 here is in white gold. It has this sort of monochromatic appearance that is beautifully distinguished by the applied Breguet numerals, as well as this Breguet set of hands that match them. They're all in white gold and rhodium plated, so they match the white gold case simply perfectly. The case itself scales right under 36 millimeters, wears a little bit bigger than that because of the case shape. And as you can see, it also has the beautiful caliber 240 line 114 that also carries the hallmark of Geneva and is, of course, a micro rotor wound automatic movement. This piece is presented on a leather strap and a déployant clasp that matches the material of the case and bears the Calatrava cross. And it's in arguably very good condition. Again, the caliber 240Q being a particular highlight of the case, of the model. I think the case design actually adds to it, but once again, I'm more inclined to choose tech designs and models that are a little bit on the unpredictable side, that are a little more unusual. So Keep that in mind while you're heeding my advice. But there's a lot to like about the reference 5040, which of course has the subdial for the month at 3 o'clock, which encircles the leap year indicator. There is at 9 o'clock a 24-hour hand, thus a day-night indicator, which is lodged right within the pointer for the day of the week. And at 6 o'clock, the pointer date surrounds the aperture for the moon phase indicator, ultimately resulting in a classic layout in a case shape that can be readily associated with the roaring 20s. And to me, again, an absolute banger. I know my friend, my monstrous friend, agrees with me. I know he loves this case shape, has already a great Girard Perregaux Richeville, if I'm not mistaken, chronograph in this case shape. Obviously, the Cartier Paris private collection, the CPCP monopusher chronograph, is one of the legendary watches that share this case shape. The wild card would be, of course, F.P. Jean's Vagabondage series, which, it wouldn't surprise you, was originally a watch conceived for Cartier, even though it was scrapped at the last minute by Cartier. Probably a better turn for history than they imagined at the time, better turn for horological history, I mean. And I think the Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar reference 5040 certainly deserves to be in that discussion of some of the best pieces that have been rendered in this particular iteration of the tonneau or barrel shape that Cartier has called tortue, or tortue à pattes, turtle on legs. Lot 39 here, the Perpetual Calendar reference 5040G in white gold, thus is currently being bid at $37,650 in US dollars. With about 2 days to go, the piece has a fixed price of 51,300 at a buy it now option, which is actually shared by those officer case perpetual calendars, the reference 5159s that I mentioned previously, that are also offered at this auction at lot 38 and lot 41 respectively. They also have buy it now options fixed at the same price of 51,300 as this reference 5040G. All right, that's it for today. Please don't forget to hit the like button before you sign off. Thank you so much for your contributions. Thank you for your support and presence. To all the members, you have my unending gratitude. Honestly, as this channel is becoming my full-time endeavor, the anxiety levels are rising, but your support, your consistent support, has been my biggest encouragement and has been really my main source of energy as I have come back to doing these live streams with some form of regularity again. You guys know that I usually take Wednesdays off, but for tomorrow, I actually have a special treat for you. An episode of the State of the Watch Markets with el famoso profesor, our own professor. We are going to be pouring through the Morgan Stanley reports at noon, my time. So that is 7 p.m. for London and 3 p.m. For better or worse for the East Coast as well. It is going to be a very focused episode. So if you can't catch it as a live broadcast, you can always come back to it and watch it. We are going to wrap things up within the hour so that it is something that you can come back to. So please take the link, hit the like button in advance, maybe share a question or perspective or two in the chat. All of this would be immensely helpful. If you want to help the channel in some way, watching the actual videos, hitting the like button, sharing it with fellow enthusiasts, dropping some comments, positive or negative comments for every video that you watch is incredibly helpful. So anything that you do, I'm forever thankful for it, especially anything that helps me get more eyes on this channel, get more members in this community that we have been building together, that comes together around knowledge of and passion for wristwatches. On that note, I will see you at noon tomorrow, so in less than 12 hours. Until then, I hope you stay safe, stay healthy, wear and enjoy your watches. I'll see you in the next one. Take care.